The morning began with impossible things. Eleanor Ashworth had seen snow before. Of course she had. Living in Lancashire meant grey skies, and winter frost were as common as tea at 4 o'clock. But she had never seen snow that fell upward before spiralling down again. Never watched flakes arrange themselves into tiny dancing figures on a window pane. Never felt the peculiar warmth of December air that somehow refused to be cold, despite the white coating every surface. "Stay close now," her mother said, gripping Eleanor's hand tighter than necessary. Margaret Ashworth's knuckles were white against her daughter's palm, and Eleanor couldn't tell if the tremor in her mother's fingers was excitement or fear. Probably both. Her father walked half a step behind, one protective hand on his wife's shoulder, the other clutching a leather satchel that contained 11 years of savings converted into strange golden coins that seemed to hum with their own warmth. Robert Ashworth kept glancing at the walls of the leaky cauldron, as though expecting them to dissolve like sugar in rain. "Through here, if you please." The ministry guide, a kindly witch named Mrs. Pemberton with silver hair and half-moon spectacles, gestured toward the brick wall of the pub's courtyard. She wore sensible robes the colour of oak leaves and carried herself with the patient air of someone who had guided many overwhelmed Muggle families through this precise moment. Eleanor watched, hardly breathing, as Mrs. Pemberton withdrew a slender piece of wood from her sleeve. A wand, an actual wand. The witch tapped the bricks in a pattern, 3 up, 2 across, and the wall began to move. It didn't swing open like a door. It didn't slide away like a curtain. The bricks themselves rearranged, shuffling and rotating and folding into themselves until an archway stood where solid wall had been moments before. Through the opening, Eleanor could see a street that shouldn't exist, couldn't exist, yet absolutely did. "Welcome," Mrs. Pemberton said softly, "to Diagon Alley." Eleanor stepped through. The first thing that struck her was the sound. Not loud, but layered. Voices called from shop windows, but beneath them ran other sounds. The rustle of owls swooping between chimneys, the musical tinkle of bells that seemed to ring with no wind to move them, the distant hoot of something that might have been a horn, or might have been alive. Somewhere, someone laughed, and the sound carried notes of genuine magic, as though the laughter itself had been enchanted to spread joy. The second thing was the smell. Cinnamon and old parchment, wood smoke and something sweet she couldn't name, a greenness like summer grass in the middle of December, and underneath it all, a scent like lightning, sharp and electric and alive. The third thing was the snow. It fell in Diagon Alley the way snow fell nowhere else in the world. Each flake drifted with purpose, some spiraling in tight corkscrews, others performing lazy loops before settling on cobblestones that gleamed like polished jet. The snow didn't melt on impact. It simply vanished in tiny sparkles of light, only to be replaced by fresh flakes dancing down from a sky that seemed closer here, more intimate, as though the clouds themselves had come down to peer curiously at the street below. "Oh," Eleanor's mother whispered, and in that single syllable lived every impossible dream she'd never dared speak aloud. The street stretched before them, winding away into winter mist. Buildings pressed close on either side, their fronts a riot of architectural impossibility. Tudor beams nestled against Georgian stonework, which somehow connected to what might have been Roman arches, all of it defying gravity and good sense with cheerful abandon. Shop signs hung in the air with no visible support. A cauldron that rotated slowly while steam puffed from its spout. A golden mortar and pestle that ground invisible ingredients. A broomstick that periodically zoomed in small circles like an eager puppy. People moved through the snow with easy familiarity. Witches in traveling cloaks of deep purple and forest green. Wizards in robes that swept the ground, leaving no footprints in their wake. A woman walked past with a basket full of what appeared to be singing flowers. A man hurried by with an owl perched on each shoulder, both birds clutching packages wrapped in brown paper and string that glowed faintly golden. The large white building ahead, that's Gringotts, Mrs. Pemberton explained, leading them forward with gentle confidence. The Wizarding Bank. We'll exchange your pounds for proper galleons, sickles, and nuts. Eleanor craned her neck as they approached. Gringotts stood taller than anything else on the street, its white marble facade gleaming against the grey sky. Bronze doors stood open, and as they drew closer, she could make out words engraved above the entrance. Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed. The poem continued, but Mrs. Pemberton was already ushering them up marble steps worn smooth by centuries of feet. Eleanor caught a glimpse of the figures flanking the doors, small, long-fingered, with clever dark eyes and pointed faces. Goblins, her father murmured, more to himself than anyone else. He'd read the letter from Hogwarts dozens of times, studied every word, but clearly reading about goblins and seeing them were vastly different experiences. The goblin on the right inclined his head with precise courtesy as they passed. Eleanor found herself returning the gesture instinctively, and something flickered in the goblin's expression. Not quite a smile, but perhaps approval. Inside, Gringotts revealed itself as a study in austere grandeur. The hall stretched impossibly long, lined with more goblins seated on high stools behind a counter that ran the length of the space. They worked with quick efficiency, counting coins, examining gemstones through jewelers' loops, making notations in enormous ledgers with quills that moved so fast they blurred. The ceiling soared overhead, lost in shadows that seemed to move with their own slow currents. Chandeliers hung suspended on nothing Eleanor could see, their light cold and clear. The marble floor reflected everything, creating a dizzying mirror world beneath their feet. "Next," called a goblin from the nearest station, his voice crisp as winter frost. Mrs. Pemberton handled the transaction with practiced ease, translating between the goblin's efficient questions and her parents' uncertain answers. Eleanor watched, fascinated, as her father's carefully saved pounds transformed into a leather pouch heavy with coins. The goblin counted out each denomination, his long fingers moving with mechanical precision. 17 galleons, 43 sickles, and 18 nuts, the goblin announced. "Will there be anything else?" "No, thank you," Robert Ashworth managed, his voice steady despite the wonder in his eyes. The goblin nodded and turned immediately to the next customer, dismissing them with businesslike finality. Outside again, the snow had thickened. Eleanor held out her hand and watched flakes settle on her palm. They didn't melt, but sat there glowing faintly, and she could have sworn she heard them whisper her name before they faded into glimmers and were gone. "Eleanor, love, don't wander," her mother called, but there was less anxiety in her voice now. Something about Diagon Alley, despite its strangeness, felt fundamentally safe. The witches and wizards who passed smiled at them with friendly curiosity rather than suspicion. A wizard in peacock blue robes tipped his pointed hat to Eleanor's mother. Two young witches, perhaps Hogwarts students home for holidays, giggled as they passed, arms linked and faces bright with shared secrets. They walked slowly up the street, and Eleanor tried to take in everything at once. Quality Quidditch supplies had a window full of broomsticks arranged in a flying V formation, swooping and diving behind the glass in an endless, elegant pattern. Flourish and Blotts, the bookshop, had towers of books visible through its front window, some of them moving, rearranging themselves into new configurations. Elop's Owl Emporium echoed with soft hoots and the rustle of feathers. But it was the shop window they were approaching that stopped Eleanor in her tracks. Weasley's Wizard Wheezes occupied a building that seemed to have exploded with colour and light. The entire front glowed red and gold, like a sunset captured and held behind glass. In the window, enchanted snow creatures cavorted. A rabbit made entirely of snowflakes chased a fox of frost, while an owl constructed from ice crystals swooped between them. Love potions in heart-shaped bottles pulsed with pink light. Pygmy puffs, small, round, impossibly fluffy creatures, rolled across a display like animate pom-poms, leaving tiny trails in artificial snow. A banner across the window proclaimed, "Why are you worrying about you-know-who? You should be worrying about you-know-poo, the constipation sensation that's gripping the nation." Eleanor's father made a choking sound that might have been scandalized laughter. "The Weasley twins," Mrs. Pemberton said, with a mixture of exasperation and fondness, "opened the shop a few years back. Quite brilliant, actually, though their mother would likely say otherwise." "Can we go in?" Eleanor asked, drawn to the window like a moth to flame. "Later, perhaps," her mother said, but she was smiling. "We should follow the list. Books, robes, cauldron." She consulted the Hogwarts letter, slightly crumpled now from repeated readings. They continued up the street, passing shops Eleanor desperately wanted to explore. Magical Menagerie had what looked like a purple toad in the window. Madame Pimpernel's beautifying potions advertised hair-raising potions and stunning solutions. Scribulous. Writing implements displayed quills that wrote by themselves, practicing elaborate calligraphy in mid-air. The snow fell steadier now, accumulating in the corners and crevices of the ancient buildings. A witch swept her stoop with a broom that moved at her slightest gesture, the snow swirling up and away in neat spirals. From somewhere nearby came the smell of fresh bread and something else, something that made Eleanor's mouth water, despite having eaten breakfast only an hour ago. "That'll be the Leaky Cauldron's kitchen," Mrs. Pemberton observed, following Eleanor's gaze. "Tom does a lovely steak and kidney pie, if you're hungry after shopping." But Eleanor wasn't thinking about food. She was thinking about the wand she would eventually choose. No, the wand that would choose her, as the letter had specified. She was thinking about the books she would read, the spells she would learn, the castles she would see. She was thinking that somewhere ahead in this crooked street of impossible things, her entire future waited, wrapped in snow and magic and belonging. A young wizard, perhaps 16 or 17, wearing Hogwarts robes with a bronze and blue trim, hurried past, his arms full of packages that all seemed to be shifting in his grip. An older witch scolded an orange cat that was attempting to scale a drainpipe. Two goblins walked by deep in conversation, their voices a rapid clicking language Eleanor couldn't begin to understand. "Overwhelming, isn't it?" Mrs. Pemberton said kindly, noticing Eleanor's wide-eyed wonder. "I remember my first time in Diagon Alley. Couldn't sleep the night before term started. I was so excited." "Were you?" Eleanor hesitated, unsure if the question was rude. "Were your parents magical?" "My mother was a witch, my father a muggle," Mrs. Pemberton said easily. "So I knew about magic, but I'd never seen Hogwarts or experienced it properly myself. That first year," she smiled, lost in memory for a moment. "That first year changes everything. You'll see." Eleanor looked back at the street, at the impossible architecture and floating signs, at the witches and wizards going about their daily business as though none of this was extraordinary, at the snow that fell with intention and purpose. She looked at her parents, who stood close together, holding hands like teenagers, their faces bright with wonder that matched her own, and she thought, "This is real. This is actually impossibly real." The snow whispered agreement, dancing past her face in spirals of white and silver. Somewhere ahead, a shop bell chimed a melody that had no earthly source. An owl hooted from a distant chimney. The street wound forward into winter mist, full of shops she hadn't seen yet, magic she hadn't experienced, wonders she couldn't imagine. Eleanor Ashworth smiled, gripped her mother's hand tighter, and stepped forward into her new world. The cobblestones gleamed beneath fresh snow, and Diagon Alley welcomed her home. The morning had worn into late morning by the time they finished their business at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Eleanor now owned 3 sets of plain black work robes, 1 winter cloak with silver fastenings, and a pointed hat that kept trying to slide over her eyes, no matter how Madame Malkin adjusted it. "Growing room, dear," the seamstress had said, pins held between her lips as she marked hems with quick, efficient taps of her wand. "You'll be taller by Christmas, mark my words. They always are. First years." Eleanor's mother had paid with the strange golden galleons, counting them out carefully, while her father watched the enchanted measuring tapes that fluttered around Eleanor like attentive butterflies. One had measured from her head to her toes, another around her waist, a third from fingertip to fingertip with her arms spread wide. All of them had recorded their findings in a ledger that floated beside Madame Malkin, quill writing by itself in neat copperplate. Now they stood outside again, and Eleanor found herself drawn back toward the shop that had captured her attention earlier. Weasley's Wizard Wheezes seemed even brighter in the growing snowfall, its red and gold frontage glowing like a beacon against the grey sky. Just for a few minutes, her mother relented, seeing Eleanor's hopeful expression. "We still need your cauldron and books." Mrs. Pemberton checked her pocket watch, a delicate gold thing that showed not just the time, but tiny moving figures marking appointments. "I have another family to meet at noon," she said. "But you should be fine on your own now. You have the list, and everyone in the alley is happy to help if you're uncertain." "Eleanor." She bent slightly to meet the girl's eyes. "Enjoy it. This day only happens once." She disapparated with a soft pop that made Eleanor's father jump, despite having seen it twice already that morning. "Right then," Robert Ashworth said, squaring his shoulders. "Let's see what these Weasley twins are about." The shop door didn't open so much as announce their entrance. The moment Eleanor pushed it, a voice boomed out. "Welcome to Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, premier purveyor of pranks. provider of pleasantries and purger of piffle. Inside was controlled chaos, painted in every color imaginable. The ceiling had been enchanted to show a perpetually setting sun that cast the entire shop in warm golden light. Shelves climbed the walls from floor to impossibly high ceiling, each one packed with boxes, bottles, and mysterious objects that seemed to vibrate with barely contained mischief. To the left, a display of skiving snack boxes promised various ailments useful for escaping unwanted lessons. To the right, love potions bubbled in cauldrons, their surfaces shimmering with iridescent swirls. Straight ahead, a massive section dedicated to fireworks showed tiny dragons made of sparks chasing each other in endless loops inside a protective glass case. "First time in?" asked a cheerful voice. Eleanor turned to find a young woman, perhaps 19 or 20, with kind eyes and a W badge pinned to her robes. Her name tag read Verity in handwriting that sparkled and changed colors as Eleanor watched. "Yes," Eleanor managed, trying to take everything in at once. A display of extendable ears showed the products literally stretching toward their conversation, as if eavesdropping. I got my Hogwarts letter." "Congratulations," Verity's smile widened. "First year then. How exciting. Are your parents magical?" "No," Eleanor said, aware of her mother and father hovering uncertainly near the door, both of them staring at a tower of pygmy puffs that squeaked and rolled over each other in a small enclosure. "Even better," Verity said warmly. "Everything must be absolutely mental for you right now. In the best way, of course." She gestured around the shop. "The twins, Fred and George Weasley, who own this place. They're brilliant. Hogwarts legends, really. Left school before their final year to open the shop, and it's been the most successful business in the alley since." "They left school." Eleanor's mother sounded scandalized. Verity laughed. "During a particularly dark time, yes. Made quite the exit too. Flew out on broomsticks after setting off a portable swamp in a corridor. Nearly gave the headmistress a heart attack, though I suspect she secretly approved." She lowered her voice conspiratorially. "They fought in the war, you know. Both of them. Very brave." Eleanor didn't know what war Verity meant. The Hogwarts letter had mentioned nothing about wars, but something in the woman's tone suggested it wasn't a topic for casual conversation. "What's this?" Eleanor asked instead, pointing to a display of small, flesh-colored strings. "Ah, extendable ears. Perfect for listening in on conversations you're not meant to hear. Parents discussing Christmas presents, siblings planning pranks, that sort of thing. They work through doors, walls, even floors if you're clever about placement." Verity picked one up, demonstrating how it stretched impossibly long without breaking. Fred and George invented them during their time at Hogwarts, used them to spy on secret meetings, or so the story goes. Eleanor's father had approached a display labeled decoy detonators. "These create diversions," he read aloud. "Useful for when you need a quick escape?" "Exactly right," Verity beamed. "Set one off, everyone looks the other way, and you slip out unnoticed. Not that we encourage rule-breaking, of course," she added with an exaggerated wink, "but sometimes a strategic retreat is the better part of valor." The shop was busier than Eleanor had initially realized. A harried-looking witch was examining Wonder Witch products, while two small children, twins themselves by the look of them, pressed their noses against the pygmy puff enclosure. An older wizard in bottle green robes debated the merits of different portable swamp varieties with another shop assistant. Near the back, a teenage boy was testing out what appeared to be a shield hat, having various hexes bounced off it while his friends watched and laughed. "Are those?" Eleanor's mother pointed to a shelf labeled edible dark marks. "Completely harmless," Verity assured her quickly. "They hover over your head for about 30 seconds, then dissolve into butterflies. The twins have a very particular sense of humor. They believe laughter is the best way to rob fear of its power. During the darkest days, they kept people smiling, kept people sane, really." She gestured to a section Eleanor hadn't noticed before. Shield cloaks and shield hats. Defensive products with more serious descriptions. These actually work properly. The ministry even bought some for their personnel. The twins say that if they can protect people while making them laugh, they've done their job right. Eleanor moved deeper into the shop, drawn by a display that showed tiny figurines acting out an elaborate comedy routine on a miniature stage. Her parents followed more slowly, her mother stopping to examine patented daydream charms with the kind of focus she usually reserved for comparing prices at the supermarket. "You'll be in Hufflepuff, I'd wager," Verity said, appearing at Eleanor's elbow. "You've got that look about you, curious but careful, eager but kind." "How can you tell?" Eleanor asked, startled. Verity tapped her nose. "Years of practice. I was a Hufflepuff myself 7 years ago. Best house at Hogwarts. Don't let anyone tell you different. We may not be flashy like Gryffindor, or clever like Ravenclaw, or ambitious like Slytherin, but we're loyal, hard-working, and we know how to have a good time. Plus, our common room is the coziest place in the castle, and we're closest to the kitchens." "There are kitchens?" Eleanor hadn't considered how a castle full of students would be fed. "Oh yes, run by house elves. Wonderful creatures, house elves. Some people look down on them, but they're skilled beyond measure and take genuine pride in their work. The Hogwarts house elves make the best treacle tart in the world. You'll see." Verity paused, studying Eleanor thoughtfully. "Are you worried about being sorted?" "A bit," Eleanor admitted. The letter had mentioned 4 houses, but hadn't explained how the sorting worked, and she'd been too shy to ask Mrs. Pemberton. "Don't be. The sorting hat. Yes, it's an actual talking hat. I know how mad that sounds. It takes your choice into account. You won't end up somewhere you don't belong." Verity's expression softened. "I was terrified my first night. Thought I'd be sick right there in the Great Hall. But the hat was kind and quick, and it knew exactly where I needed to be." Eleanor wanted to ask more, but a small explosion from the back of the shop sent purple smoke billowing toward the ceiling. Verity sighed. "Peruvian instant darkness powder," she said. "Someone always tests it. Excuse me a moment. Don't want anyone actually hurt." She hurried toward the commotion, leaving Eleanor to explore. She found herself in front of a display of spell-check quills that promised to correct magical homework, though the fine print noted they occasionally replaced words with more colorful alternatives for comedic effect. "Eleanor," her father called softly. He stood by a wall covered in photographs, all of them moving. The images showed 2 identical young men, the twins, clearly, at various ages and in various situations. Hogwarts uniforms, graduation robes, though Verity had said they never graduated, shop opening celebrations, and scattered among them, photos with other people. A large family with distinctive red hair, friends laughing. A particularly striking photo showed the twins with their arms around a third young man, dark hair, lightning bolt scar, who was grinning at the camera. One photo stood slightly apart from the others, with fresh flowers, real, not magical, placed carefully beneath it. It showed both twins, but one of them had been outlined in soft golden light, and the frame bore a small plaque. Fred Weasley, 1978, 1998. Forever in our hearts. Eleanor's chest tightened. The war Verity had mentioned. One of the twins hadn't survived it. 20 years old, her father said quietly, reading the dates. Just a boy, really. They stood in silence for a moment, the laughter and chaos of the shop continuing around them. Eleanor thought about the pranks and jokes, the bright colors and explosive entrances. She thought about how Verity had said the twins kept people smiling during dark days. She understood suddenly that magic wasn't just about wonder and impossibility. It was also about loss and grief and choosing to laugh anyway, choosing to create joy even when, especially when, the world felt dark. Eleanor. Her mother had appeared beside them, her expression carefully neutral. Perhaps we should continue our shopping. You still need books and a cauldron and… She glanced at the photograph, her voice catching slightly. We should go. But Eleanor moved instead to a display of Weasley's wildfire whiz-bangs, watching the miniature fireworks spiral and dance inside their protective case. Dragons made of green sparks, fountains of golden light, Catherine wheels that spun with rainbow trails. I'd like to buy something, Eleanor said. Something small, to remember. Verity reappeared, her robe slightly singed, but her smile intact. Find something you fancy. Eleanor pointed to a box labeled Basic Blaze Box, perfect for beginners. The illustration showed simple fireworks that wouldn't frighten pets or damage property, but would still fill a room with light and laughter. Excellent choice, Verity said, retrieving one from the shelf. These are brilliant for celebrations, or just for when you need cheering up. Fred, her voice caught almost imperceptibly. Fred designed these specifically for kids who'd never used fireworks before. Said everyone deserves a bit of magic in their lives. Eleanor's father paid with 3 silver sickles and a handful of bronze nuts, counting them out carefully from the leather pouch. Verity wrapped the box in brown paper, stamped with the WWW logo, and tied it with string that glittered faintly gold. Welcome to the magical world, Eleanor, Verity said, handing her the package. You're going to do brilliantly. Outside, the snow had thickened into a proper snowfall, the kind that muffled sound and made the whole world feel smaller, softer. Eleanor clutched her package, feeling the slight warmth it emanated through the wrapping. They stood on the doorstep of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, and Eleanor looked back through the window. Inside, the lights blazed warm and welcoming. The pygmy puffs tumbled over each other. The fireworks danced in their case. And somewhere among all that controlled chaos and deliberate joy, a memory lingered of a young man who had helped create wonder for others, even knowing how short and precious life could be. Eleanor's mother squeezed her shoulder gently. Her father cleared his throat and consulted the shopping list with sudden intensity. Cauldron next, he suggested. Something nice and practical. But as they walked away through the snow, Eleanor glanced back one more time. Through the window, she could see Verity helping a new customer, her smile bright and genuine. The shop blazed with color against the winter gray, refusing to be dimmed. Eleanor thought about houses and belonging, about loss and laughter, about the peculiar courage it took to choose joy. She thought about Hogwarts, waiting somewhere beyond this snow-softened street, full of people and stories and magic both light and dark. She held her package closer and walked forward through the falling snow, toward Flourish and Blotts, and the knowledge that waited there, toward the rest of her new life. The cobblestones gleamed beneath her feet, and Diagon Alley unfolded before her, mysterious and welcoming and impossibly, wonderfully real. The cauldron shop had been exactly as practical as her father had hoped. All business, no nonsense, just row upon row of pewter vessels in varying sizes. Eleanor now owned a standard-sized 2 pewter cauldron that would, according to the shopkeeper, last through 7 years and beyond if you treat it proper. It sat in a canvas bag her father carried, clinking gently against the brass scales they'd purchased alongside it. The morning had turned to afternoon, and Eleanor's stomach had begun making pointed suggestions about lunch. The snow fell thicker now, accumulating in earnest on windowsills and doorsteps, though the cobblestones themselves remained mysteriously clear. Some enchantment, keeping the walking paths safe, Eleanor supposed. "There's a sweet shop just ahead," her mother said, consulting a small map Mrs. Pemberton had drawn for them before departing. "Honeydukes. We could stop there for something small, then find somewhere proper for lunch." But as they approached Honeydukes, Eleanor realized small might not adequately describe anything about the establishment. The shop occupied a corner building, its bow windows bulging with displays that made Eleanor's teeth ache just looking at them. Towers of chocolate frogs stacked in perfect pyramids, their boxes occasionally jumping as the enchanted contents grew restless. Barrels of Bertie Bott's, every flavor beans in more colors than seemed strictly necessary. Great jars of fizzing whiz-bees, Drubel's best-blowing gum, ice mice, and 100 other sweets Eleanor had never heard of, each one more improbable than the last. A sign in the window proclaimed, "Honeydukes, purveyors of fine confectionery since 1641. 384 years, her father murmured, doing the maths automatically. Good Lord. The door chimed with a sound like sugar crystals falling as they entered. Warmth enveloped them immediately. Not just the physical warmth of the heated shop, but something sweeter, more fundamental. The very air seemed to hum with contentment. Inside, Honeydukes revealed itself as a cathedral dedicated to confection. The ceiling stretched impossibly high, dotted with enchanted lanterns that cast everything in warm, honey-gold light. Shelves climbed the walls, packed so densely with sweets that Eleanor couldn't imagine how anyone found anything specific. A long counter ran along the left side, behind which a plump, cheerful-looking witch was wrapping purchases in paper that changed colors as she worked, blue to pink, to green to purple. But it was the smells that truly overwhelmed. Chocolate, dark, and milk and white, mingled with the sharp sweetness of peppermint, the rich depth of toffee, the peculiar tang of sherbet lemons. Underneath ran notes of vanilla and cinnamon, of raspberries and cream, of things Eleanor couldn't identify, but that made her mouth water nonetheless. "Oh my," her mother breathed, and for a moment she looked younger, less like a worried parent navigating impossible magic, and more like a child in a dream made real. The shop bustled with customers, despite the weather, or perhaps because of it. Groups of teenagers clustered around displays, debating the merits of different products. A witch in emerald robes was carefully selecting chocolate wands. Two small children pressed their faces against a case showing sugar quills that actually wrote in edible ink. Eleanor drifted toward a display of chocolate frogs, fascinated by the boxes that continued their periodic jumping. A small card beside them explained, "Enchanted chocolate frogs. Each comes with a collectible card of famous witches and wizards. Watch them hop." First time at Honeyduke's? Eleanor turned to find another girl, perhaps 11 like herself, with olive skin and dark curly hair that had been pinned back with clips shaped like tiny broomsticks. She wore muggle clothes, jeans, and a thick jumper under her winter coat, and her expression held the same nervous excitement Eleanor felt constantly now. "Yes," Eleanor admitted. "First time in Diagon Alley entirely, actually." The girl's face brightened. "Me too. Well, second time for me. I came 2 weeks ago for my wand, but Mum said I couldn't shop properly then because we were in a rush. I'm Priya Desai. Eleanor Ashworth." They shook hands awkwardly, and Eleanor felt a surge of relief at meeting someone her own age, someone equally new to all this strangeness. "Are your parents magical?" Priya asked, then immediately looked embarrassed. "Sorry, is that rude? I don't know the etiquette yet. My parents are both muggles. Mum's a doctor, Dad's an engineer, and they keep asking questions the ministry guide can't answer because they're so technical." Eleanor laughed, some of the tension in her chest easing. "Mine too. Muggles, I mean. My dad keeps trying to work out how the magic actually functions, like there's physics underneath it all." "Oh God, mine too." Priya's laugh was bright and genuine. "Dad spent 20 minutes yesterday asking about conservation of energy when objects transfigure. The ministry witch looked like she wanted to disapparate and never come back." They grinned at each other, and Eleanor felt something shift. The first thread of friendship, tentative but real. "Have you tried chocolate frogs?" Priya asked, gesturing at the display. "Not yet. Are they actually frogs?" "Just shaped like them. They hop once when you open the box, then you can eat them. The cards inside are the real treasure, all the famous witches and wizards throughout history. There are hundreds to collect." Priya pulled a small stack of cards from her coat pocket. "I bought 5 last time. Got Merlin, Circe, someone called Paracelsus, and 2 Dumbledores. 2 of the same person. Apparently, he's so accomplished, he has multiple cards. Was headmaster of Hogwarts until a few years ago, defeated some dark wizard called Grindelwald, discovered 12 uses of dragon's blood." Priya rattled off accomplishments like she'd memorized them. "He sounds incredible. Bit sad I never got to meet him. He died during a battle at Hogwarts when I was 6. Eleanor processed this. Another reference to recent darkness, to battles and loss. She thought of the photograph in Weasley's Wizard Wheezes of Fred Weasley who never made it to 21. "Were you scared?" Eleanor asked quietly. "When you got your letter? About going to a school where battles happen?" Priya's expression sobered. "Mum was terrified. Nearly didn't let me accept. But the ministry witch, different one, older. She explained that Hogwarts fought the final battle against Voldemort. She stumbled over the name, clearly still uncomfortable with it. Against him, and they won. She said the castle protected its students, that teachers died defending them, that everyone who could fight did fight to keep children safe." Voldemort? Eleanor tested the name carefully. "The darkest wizard in history, or the most recent darkest wizard anyway. The one with the lightning scar, Harry Potter. He defeated him. Final battle was at Hogwarts about 9 years ago. Priya glanced around, lowering her voice. Everyone in the magical world knows the story, apparently. But it was real, Eleanor. People died. Kids not much older than us fought in it. Eleanor thought about this, about a world where magic was real, but so was darkness, where wonder came with cost. She thought about Weasley's wizard wheezes blazing with colour and laughter, a deliberate choice in the face of loss. But it's over now, Eleanor said, half statement, half question. It's over, Priya confirmed, and everyone says Hogwarts is the safest place in magical Britain. Professor McGonagall is headmistress now. She fought in the battle too. The castle was damaged, but they rebuilt it, made it stronger. They stood in silence for a moment, surrounded by chocolate and sugar and the cheerful chatter of shoppers who had lived through darkness and come out the other side, still buying sweets, still celebrating small joys. "What house do you think you'll be in?" Priya asked, deliberately shifting to lighter topics. "I don't know. Someone at Weasley's said maybe Hufflepuff." "I've been reading about them all," Priya admitted. "Gryffindor for the brave, Ravenclaw for the clever, Hufflepuff for the loyal, Slytherin for the ambitious. But I don't know where that leaves people who are a bit of everything, or not especially anything." "What do you want?" Eleanor asked. Priya bit her lip. "Ravenclaw, maybe. I like learning, but I'm scared I'm not clever enough. And Slytherin sounds fascinating, but everyone says they're all dark wizards, which can't be true, can it? Surely not everyone in an entire house for decades has been evil." "That does seem statistically unlikely," Eleanor agreed, and they both giggled nervously. Girls browsing or buying, the witch behind the counter called, over cheerfully. "Either's fine, but if you're buying, best do it before the lunch rush properly starts. Half of Hogwarts students come through here on Hogsmeade weekends." "What's Hogsmeade?" Eleanor whispered. "Wizarding village near Hogwarts," Priya whispered back, clearly pleased to know something Eleanor didn't. "Third years and up can visit on certain weekends. I read about it in Hogwarts. A history." They approached the counter together, and the witch beamed at them. Her name badge read Ambrosia, and she wore an apron dusted with cocoa powder. "First years?" she asked knowingly. "Is it that obvious?" Priya asked. "Always is, love. You've got that look, excited and terrified in equal measure. Don't worry, you'll do brilliantly. Now, what can I get you?" Eleanor chose a small bag of fizzing Whizbees and a single chocolate frog. Priya selected Bertie Bott's every flavour beans, sugar quills, and 3 chocolate frogs. "For the cards," she explained. As Ambrosia wrapped their purchases, she chatted easily. "Honeydukes supplies the Hogwarts feast with special desserts for celebrations. You'll taste our chocolate pudding at Christmas. Melt in your mouth, it will. And our butterbeer, not available in bottles, only fresh from the tap. That's what you'll want when you visit Hogsmeade for the first time." "What's butterbeer?" Eleanor asked. "Heaven in a mug, that's what. Sweet and warming, bit of butterscotch flavour, perfect for cold days. Non-alcoholic despite the name, so perfectly appropriate for students. The 3 broomsticks serves the best, but Honeydukes is a close second." Ambrosia handed over their packages with a wink. "Welcome to the magical world, girls. You're going to have the time of your lives." Outside the shop, Eleanor and Priya stood in the falling snow, clutching their sweets and grinning at each other. "Open your frog," Priya urged. Eleanor carefully unwrapped the purple box. The moment she lifted the lid, the chocolate frog inside gave one enormous leap, nearly escaping before Eleanor caught it in cupped hands. It was larger than she'd expected, rich dark chocolate molded in perfect frog shape. The card that came with it showed a stern-looking witch with emerald robes and a pointed hat. Text scrolled across the bottom. Minerva McGonagall, 1935 present, current headmistress of Hogwarts, fought in both wizarding wars, registered animagus, cat form, professor of transfiguration. McGonagall, Priya peered at the card. That's brilliant. She's the current headmistress. Good omen, maybe. Eleanor studied the tiny portrait. McGonagall's painted eyes seemed to meet hers, and something in that painted gaze held warmth beneath the sternness. She looks kind, Eleanor said. Strict, but kind. Mum says the best teachers are both, Priya agreed. She opened one of her own frogs, catching it expertly. Clearly she'd practiced. Oh, I got Godric Gryffindor, one of the 4 founders. He's rare. They compared cards, discussed the brief biographies printed on each, and slowly ate their chocolate while snow accumulated on their shoulders. Eleanor's parents had wandered down the street to examine a shop selling cauldron accessories, giving her space. Priya's mother stood nearby, speaking with another witch about something involving appropriate winter robes for the Scottish Highlands. Are you nervous? Eleanor asked. About the sorting? Terrified, Priya admitted. What if the hat can't decide? What if I end up somewhere awful? What if I don't make friends? You've made one already, Eleanor pointed out gently. Priya's face brightened. We should sit together on the train. September 1st, King's Cross Station, platform 9 3/4. Do you know about that part? You have to run at a wall between platforms 9 and 10. Sounds mad, but apparently that's how you get through. Run at a wall, Eleanor repeated. Of course. Why would it be simple? They both laughed, and Eleanor felt the knot of anxiety that had sat in her chest since receiving her letter loosen slightly. Here was someone else who understood. Another Muggle-born girl, equally overwhelmed and excited, equally uncertain and hopeful. I should go, Priya said reluctantly. Mum wants to get my books, and we have to catch the train back to Birmingham this evening. But Eleanor, I'm really glad I met you. Me too, Eleanor said, and meant it absolutely. They exchanged addresses, regular Muggle addresses, since neither had yet learned how Owl Post worked, and promised to write before term started. Then Priya's mother called her over, and she hurried off with a final wave, disappearing into the snow-softened crowd. Eleanor stood alone for a moment, holding her half-eaten chocolate frog and McGonagall's card. She watched the street, witches and wizards going about their shopping, a student in Hogwarts robes hurrying past with what looked like a pet toad in his pocket, an elderly wizard feeding owls from a bag of treats. This would be her world now. These would be her people. Somewhere ahead waited Hogwarts, a castle full of moving staircases and talking portraits, of lessons in transfiguration and charms, of house elves and ghosts, and all the magnificent strangeness Priya's books had described. And somewhere in that castle, she would find her place. Maybe in Hufflepuff, maybe somewhere else, maybe sitting next to Priya in classes, maybe making other friends she couldn't yet imagine. The snow fell steadily, and honeydukes glowed warm behind her. Eleanor popped the last piece of chocolate into her mouth, tucked McGonagall's card carefully into her pocket like a talisman, and went to find her parents. There were still books to buy, and a wand to choose, and an entire magical world to discover. But for now, in this moment, standing in snow-softened Diagon Alley with chocolate melting on her tongue and the promise of friendship warming her heart, Eleanor Ashworth felt something shift and settle into place. She belonged here. The cobblestones gleamed beneath fresh snow, and the afternoon stretched ahead full of possibility. Lunch had been steak and kidney pie at the leaky cauldron, rich and savory, served with mashed potatoes that somehow stayed hot no matter how slowly Eleanor ate. The pub had been crowded with witches and wizards seeking refuge from the snow, and the conversations floating around them had been equal parts incomprehensible and fascinating. Something about acceptable uses of switching spells in competitive dueling at one table, the new broomstick regulations at another, and a heated debate about whether Puddlemere United or the Holyhead Harpies would take some championship Eleanor didn't understand. Now, pleasantly full and slightly drowsy from the warmth, Eleanor stood before Flourish and Blotts with her parents and stared up at the shop front with mounting trepidation. The bookshop occupied a tall, narrow building that seemed to have been built by someone who believed strongly in the vertical. 4 stories at least, possibly 5. It was hard to tell where the building ended and the snow-grey sky began. The windows on each level glowed with warm lamplight, and through them Eleanor could see shelves upon shelves upon shelves, packed so tightly with books that it seemed impossible anyone could actually remove one without the whole arrangement collapsing. The sign above the door, gold letters on forest green, proclaimed simply, "Flourish and Blotts, booksellers since 1654. 371 years, her father murmured, doing the calculation again. He had a distant, slightly dazed expression that suggested he might be reaching the limits of how much impossibility a person could process in one day. Her mother consulted the Hogwarts letter, now rather crumpled and spotted with snow, despite her efforts to keep it pristine. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, she read aloud. A history of magic, magical theory, a beginner's guide to transfiguration, 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, magical draughts and potions, fantastic beasts and where to find them, the dark forces, a guide to self-protection. She looked up. That's quite a lot of books. Knowledge isn't light, Eleanor said, surprising herself. It was something her primary school librarian used to say, Mrs. Chen, who had always let Eleanor stay past closing time during particularly difficult weeks at home. Her mother smiled, though it was tinged with something sad. No, love, it isn't. Inside, Flourish and Blotts proved even more overwhelming than its exterior suggested. The shop stretched back impossibly far, with narrow aisles between towering shelves that seemed to reach into permanent shadow overhead. A spiral staircase of wrought iron wound upward through the center of the shop, providing access to the upper floors. Ladders leaned against various sections, some of them occupied by customers or shop assistants, others simply waiting for use. But what truly stopped Eleanor in her tracks were the books themselves. They didn't just sit passively on shelves. Some of them moved, rustling their pages like birds preening feathers. Others hummed. She could hear it, a low collective sound like distant bees. A few released small puffs of colored smoke at irregular intervals. One entire section had been caged behind golden bars, and the books within threw themselves against the barrier with muffled thumps, clearly furious at their confinement. "Restricted section equivalents," said a voice beside them. A tall young man in Flourish and Blotts livery, deep blue robes with gold trim, had appeared with the silent efficiency of someone practiced at guiding overwhelmed customers. His name badge read Marcus, and he carried a clipboard that seemed to be updating itself with glowing ink. Books that bite, curse, or occasionally try to possess the reader. Not for first years, certainly. Books that bite. Eleanor's father looked genuinely concerned. The Monster Book of Monsters is the most famous. Hagrid assigned it to his Care of Magical Creatures class a few years back. Brilliant book if you can get it open, but it takes a special touch. Most people just stroke the spine until it calms down. Marcus smiled at their expressions. "Don't worry. The textbooks on your list are perfectly safe. Mostly." Mostly. Eleanor's mother's voice had gone up half an octave. "The Standard Book of Spells occasionally corrects your pronunciation if you read it aloud, but that's helpful, really. Now then, first year at Hogwarts." At their nods, Marcus consulted his clipboard. "Right, let's get you sorted. Follow me." He led them deeper into the shop, navigating the narrow aisles with easy familiarity. Eleanor tried to take in everything at once. A section labeled Ancient Runes, where the spines were covered in symbols that seemed to shift when she wasn't looking directly at them. Another marked Divination, where crystal balls sat on tiny velvet cushions between books. A display of Quidditch through the ages, with small animated broomsticks zooming around it. They passed other customers. A harried-looking witch with 3 children all demanding different books. An elderly wizard examining what appeared to be a book with a lock on it. 2 teenagers in Hogwarts robes with Ravenclaw blue trim who were having an animated discussion about something called non-being and nothing, a study in philosophical concepts. "Here we are," Marcus announced, stopping before a section clearly designated for first-year students. The shelves were more organized here, less haphazard, with clear labels and helpful signs. "Everything on the Hogwarts first-year list. I'll pull your books while you browse. Won't take but a moment." He moved with practiced efficiency, selecting books from various shelves and stacking them with a care that suggested genuine respect for the volumes he handled. Eleanor watched, fascinated, as the Standard Book of Spells, a slim purple book with silver lettering, was placed atop the growing pile, followed by a History of Magic, which was substantially thicker and looked rather dusty. Eleanor Ashworth? She turned to find a girl, perhaps 15 or 16, in school robes with a bronze and blue trim. The Ravenclaw colours Priya had mentioned. The girl carried several heavy books and wore an expression of friendly curiosity. "Yes," Eleanor said uncertainly. "Thought so. You have that first-year look. I'm Padma Patil, 6-year Ravenclaw prefect." She shifted her books to offer a hand, which Eleanor shook. "First time in Flourish and Blotts?" "First time in Diagon Alley entirely," Eleanor admitted. "Brilliant. How are you finding it? Overwhelming? Magnificent? Both?" "Definitely both," Padma laughed. "That's about right. Listen, I saw Marcus pulling your textbooks, and I wanted to give you some advice, the kind I wish someone had given me before first year." "Please," Eleanor said gratefully. "Right. So, a History of Magic." Padma pointed to the thick, dusty volume Marcus had selected. "Required reading? Dull as dishwater. And Professor Binns is a ghost who could bore a statue to tears. Read the chapters, take notes. but don't expect the class to be exciting. Eleanor's parents had drifted closer, listening with interest. Magical theory is actually fascinating if you like understanding the why behind the magic. The standard book of spells is your best friend. Clear instructions, helpful diagrams, and it really does correct your pronunciation, which is invaluable. The Transfiguration text is challenging, but Professor McGonagall is an excellent teacher, strict but fair. McGonagall, she's the headmistress now, isn't she? Eleanor asked, thinking of her chocolate frog card. She is, but she still teaches Transfiguration to first years. Says she won't give it up entirely. You'll be lucky to have her. Padma's expression softened with obvious respect. She's incredible. Fought in both wars, took a stunning spell to the chest defending Hogwarts, came back to teach the next term like nothing had happened. There it was again. The war, the battles, the darkness that seemed to cast shadows even on bright days in sweet shops and bookstores. Were you there? Eleanor asked quietly. During the battle? Padma's face went still. No. My sister and I, we're twins. We were both supposed to fight. We were 17, of age in the wizarding world. But our parents... She paused, choosing words carefully. Our parents sent us away, kept us safe. Parvati, my sister, she's never quite forgiven them for it. She wanted to fight alongside her friends. But you lived, Eleanor's mother said softly. We lived, Padma agreed. And others didn't. Fred Weasley, Colin Creevey. He was only 17, so eager, so brave. Remus Lupin, who taught us defense against the dark arts. His wife, who fought while pregnant. 50 people died defending Hogwarts that night, and hundreds more were injured. She blinked rapidly. Sorry, you asked a simple question, and I've gone maudlin on you. No, Eleanor said firmly. No, I need to know what I'm walking into. Padma studied her for a moment, and something in her expression shifted. Respect, perhaps, or recognition. You're walking into the safest school in Britain. The wards were rebuilt stronger than ever. Every professor there fought or healed or protected students during the war, and they won't let anything happen to their charges. McGonagall especially. She loves that castle, and everyone in it with a fierceness you can't imagine until you see it. But it won't be all safety and softness, Eleanor said, understanding. No, magic has a cost. Knowledge has a weight. You'll learn spells that could hurt if used wrong. You'll read about dark wizards and creatures that can kill. You'll understand that the wizarding world is beautiful and dangerous in equal measure. Padma shifted her books again. But you'll also learn to defend yourself, to think critically, to understand the responsibility that comes with power, and you'll make friends who'll stand beside you no matter what comes. That's what Hogwarts teaches, really. Not just magic, but what kind of person you want to be. Marcus returned with Eleanor's textbook stacked neatly in his arms. All present and accounted for. Shall I show you the optional reading section as well? Many students find it helpful to have reference books beyond the required texts. Which would you recommend? Eleanor's father asked, ever practical. Quintessence. A quest depends on what house she's sorted into, but a beginner's guide to household charms is universally useful. The Tales of Beedle the Bard gives good cultural context. Fairy tales every wizarding child grows up with. And if she's interested in magical history, The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts provides important context, though it's rather advanced for first year. The Tales of Beedle the Bard. Padma said immediately. Get that one, definitely. You'll feel left out of half the conversations without knowing those stories. Eleanor's mother made the decision. We'll take that one as well then. As Marcus went to retrieve it, Eleanor browsed the shelves around her. So many books, so much knowledge. Her fingers trailed along spines, a compendium of common curses and their counter-actions, the essential defense against the dark arts, numerology and grammatica, old and forgotten bewitchments and charms. Careful with that one, Padma warned, seeing Eleanor reach for the last title. It's got a rather nasty hex on anyone who opens it without proper authorization. Lost half my eyebrows in third year trying to read it for a project. Eleanor snatched her hand back, and Padma laughed. Don't look so worried. You'll learn what's safe and what's not soon enough. The restricted books are clearly marked, and Madame Pince, the librarian at Hogwarts, she's fierce about protecting students from dangerous texts. Bit intense, actually, but her heart's in the right place. Marcus returned with the Tales of Beedle the Bard, a slim volume with an illustration of what appeared to be a fountain on the cover. This one's lovely, beautiful illustrations, and the commentary by Albus Dumbledore adds wonderful depth. Dumbledore wrote commentary, Eleanor asked, remembering Priya's cards. His last published work before he died. Marcus said quietly. Worth reading just for his insights alone. Eleanor's father paid for the books, significantly more galleons than anything else they'd purchased so far, and Marcus carefully packed them into a bag charmed to be lighter than it should be. Featherlight charm, he explained, standard on all our book bags. You'll still feel some weight, but not the full burden. Thank you, Eleanor said, accepting the bag. It did feel impossibly light for 9 heavy textbooks. Padma was preparing to leave, her own books tucked under one arm. Eleanor, one more thing. The Hogwarts library is incredible. Thousands of books, entire sections on everything you can imagine. Use it. Don't just read what's assigned. Some of my best learning has come from books I wandered across accidentally. I will, Eleanor promised. And if you're sorted into Ravenclaw, Padma grinned, well, you'll find we take our reading seriously. Common rooms in a tower, doors a bronze knocker that asks riddles. Best view in the castle, and we keep the fire going all night for students who want to study. She left with a cheerful wave, and Eleanor stood in the bookshop holding her bag of textbooks, thinking about towers and riddles and common rooms that welcomed late-night reading. Shall we? Her mother asked gently. They made their way back through the shop, passing sections Eleanor longed to explore. Magical creatures, advanced charms, the history of Hogwarts. At the front desk, a display showed new releases. Magical water plants of the Mediterranean, defensive magical theory, the art of ancient runes. Outside, the afternoon had worn toward early evening. The snow fell steadily now, and the street lamps had begun to glow. Not electric light, but something warmer, more golden. Shops blazed with welcoming light against the winter grey. Eleanor clutched her bag of books, feeling their weight despite the charm. Knowledge wasn't light. Knowledge of magic, of dark arts and defense, of history that included wars and loss, and people dying to protect children they'd never met. That knowledge was particularly heavy. But it was hers now. These books, this learning, this understanding of the world she was entering. Not just the wonder and the whimsy, but the cost and the courage required to bear it. Her father squeezed her shoulder gently. Heavy thoughts, love. Just thinking, Eleanor said, about what that girl said, about what kind of person you want to be. And what kind is that? Her mother asked softly. Eleanor thought about Padma, who spoke of her sister with love and frustration in equal measure, about Fred Weasley, who made fireworks for beginners because everyone deserved magic, about McGonagall, who took a spell to the chest and came back to teach, about all the people who'd fought and died so that first years could browse bookshops on snowy December afternoons. The kind who stands beside people, Eleanor said finally, when it matters. Her parents said nothing, but her father's hand stayed on her shoulder, warm and steady, and her mother reached for her other hand. They walked back up Diagon Alley through the falling snow, and Eleanor felt the weight of her books, both literal and metaphorical, settle comfortably against her side. One shop remained, Ollivanders, and the wand that waited there. But for now, she carried knowledge, and that was enough. The afternoon light had begun its slow fade toward evening, painting Diagon Alley in shades of grey and gold. The snow had accumulated properly now, soft drifts against shop doorways, crystalline layers on window ledges, a blanket of white that transformed the ancient street into something from a storybook. Eleanor's breath misted in the air as they walked, and somewhere in the distance, church bells chimed 4 o'clock with a resonance that seemed to carry longer than bells should. Just Madame Malkin's for proper winter robes. Then Ollivanders, her mother said, consulting their list one final time. The parchment had gone slightly limp from the damp air, and the ink had begun to blur at the edges. Though I suppose we could do the wand first, if you'd rather. Eleanor shook her head quickly. After. The wand should be last. She couldn't quite articulate why it mattered, but somehow it did. The wand was the culmination, the final piece that would transform her from a girl who'd been told about magic into a witch who could perform it. Everything else, the robes, the books, the cauldron, those were preparations. The wand would be the beginning. Madame Malkin's shop was warm and smelled pleasantly of fabric and lavender. The same cheerful seamstress who'd fitted Eleanor that morning greeted them with recognition. Back for the winter things, are you? Good, good. Scottish Highlands in January are no joke, dear. You'll want proper insulation charms on everything. She bustled about, pulling thick woolen cloaks from racks, holding them up against Eleanor's shoulders with a critical eye. This one, I think. Dragonhide trim. Not real dragonhide, of course, we're civilized people. But the synthetic holds warming charms beautifully. The cloak she selected was deep charcoal grey, almost black, with silver fastenings and a hood that could be pulled up to cover Eleanor's face entirely. When Madame Malkin draped it over Eleanor's shoulders, warmth spread immediately through her limbs, despite not standing near any fire. Permanent warming charm, Madame Malkin explained, seeing Eleanor's surprise. Key to British winter temperatures. Won't overheat you indoors, but step outside and you'll be comfortable even in a blizzard. These scarves as well. She added a thick wool scarf in charcoal to match. And winter gloves naturally, dragon hide again, synthetic for grip when you're carrying things through snow. Eleanor's father paid without comment, though she saw him wince slightly at the total. Magical clothing, it seemed, cost rather more than the Muggle equivalent. They emerged from Madame Malkin's as the street lamps grew brighter against the deepening afternoon. Eleanor wore her new cloak now. Her mother had insisted, given the cold, and true to Madame Malkin's word, she felt perfectly comfortable despite the snow that had begun to fall more heavily. Right then, her father said, squaring his shoulders in the way he did when facing something difficult. Ollivanders? But Eleanor had stopped walking. Ahead, perhaps 20 meters up the street, stood the wand shop, and seeing it properly, not just in passing, struck her with an unexpected wave of apprehension. Ollivanders occupied a narrow building, wedged between a shop selling brass telescopes and another that advertised Potage's Cauldron Shop, quality pewter, since 1467. The shopfront was painted appealing black, and the sign above, gold letters so faded they were barely legible, read simply, Ollivanders, makers of fine wands, since 382 BC. The single wand displayed in the dusty window sat on a faded purple cushion, and even from this distance, Eleanor could see how worn the shop looked, almost forgotten, as though time moved differently there, as though it existed slightly outside the bustle and commerce of the rest of Diagon Alley. Eleanor? Her mother's voice carried concern. What's wrong, love? Nothing. Just... Eleanor struggled to find words. What if there isn't a wand for me? What if Mr. Ollivander tries all of them and none of them work? It was the fear she'd been carrying since reading the Hogwarts letter, the one that had grown with each shop they'd visited, each reminder that this world operated on rules she didn't yet understand. What if she didn't belong here after all? What if the letter had been a mistake, some cosmic error that would be revealed the moment she touched a wand, and nothing happened? Then we'll sort it out, her father said firmly. Whatever happens, we'll sort it out together. But Eleanor barely heard him. She was watching the shop, watching the way snowflakes seemed to veer away from its windows, as if reluctant to settle there, watching the way the light inside, what little there was, flickered with a quality unlike the steady glow of other establishments. A figure appeared beside her so suddenly that Eleanor gasped. First wand, is it? The girl who'd spoken was perhaps 13, with honey blonde hair pulled back in a braid and eyes the color of storm clouds. She wore Hogwarts robes with yellow and black trim, Hufflepuff, and carried what looked like a small wooden box wrapped in brown paper. Her smile was kind and slightly knowing. Yes, Eleanor managed. How did you... You've got the look. Everyone does before their first wand. The girl tilted her head, studying Eleanor with unnerving intensity. Scared it won't choose you? Eleanor nodded mutely. It will, the girl said with absolute certainty. The wand's already there, waiting. Has been for years, probably. Growing in whatever tree it came from, being shaped and prepared, all leading to this moment when you walk in. She gestured toward Ollivanders. That's how wand magic works. Not like shopping for shoes. You don't choose the wand, and it doesn't choose you. You recognize each other. You were always meant to meet. How do you know? Eleanor asked. Because that's what Mr. Ollivander told me when I was terrified in exactly the spot you're standing now. The girl's smile softened. I'm Luna, by the way. Luna Lovegood, 3rd year. And I promise you, whatever wand you're meant to have, it's in there. What if there isn't one? Eleanor insisted. What if I'm somehow wrong for magic? Luna laughed, a light tinkling sound like wind chimes. Your magic, I can see it around you, sort of shimmery, like heat rising off summer roads. Some people can't see it, but I always could. You're absolutely magical, Eleanor Ashworth. Eleanor startled. How do you know my name? I don't, actually. Just guessed. Luna's smile turned mischievous. I'm quite good at guessing. Also, your parents are wearing muggle clothes and looking completely overwhelmed. And you've got that bright, brave, terrified expression that says this is all very new. Eleanor seemed right somehow. Despite herself, Eleanor laughed. There was something utterly disarming about Luna, a peculiar confidence that seemed entirely unconcerned with whether anyone else understood her logic. You should go in now, Luna said gently. Mr. Ollivander doesn't like to be kept waiting, though he's very patient about it. Contradictory, I know, but most interesting things are. She started to walk away, then paused. Oh, and Eleanor, when the right wand finds you, you'll know. It feels like coming home. She drifted off into the snow-softened crowd, her blonde braids swinging, and Eleanor stood rooted to the cobblestones, staring at Ollivander's shop front. Peculiar girl, her father murmured. Kind, though, her mother said. And she's right. We should go in. You can't stand out here forever, love. But Eleanor remained frozen, watching the shop. Through the window, she could see rows upon rows of long, narrow boxes stacked from floor to ceiling, disappearing into shadows the shop's meager light couldn't penetrate. Thousands of boxes, thousands of wands, and somewhere among them, supposedly, was hers. Another witch emerged from Ollivanders, middle-aged, wearing travelling robes of deep burgundy, her face bright with satisfaction. She held a wand carefully, reverently, and as she passed Eleanor, she paused. First time, she asked, echoing Luna. Eleanor nodded. Don't be frightened. He's strange, old Ollivander, but he knows his craft like nobody else in the world. I've been using the same wand he sold me 30 years ago. Blackthorn and dragon heartstring, 10 inches, slightly springy. Never failed me once. She patted Eleanor's shoulder. Trust the process. Trust the magic. She walked away into the gathering dusk, and still Eleanor stood there. A young wizard, perhaps 17 or 18, approached the shop from the other direction. He had dark skin and warm brown eyes, and wore casual robes with a Gryffindor scarf wrapped around his neck. When he saw Eleanor standing before Ollivanders, frozen with apprehension, something knowing crossed his face. First wand? He asked, and Eleanor almost laughed at how transparent she apparently was. Everyone keeps asking that, she said, because everyone remembers standing exactly where you are. He came to stand beside her, looking at the shop with an expression that mixed respect and nostalgia. I'm Dean Thomas. I graduated 2 years ago, but I remember my first trip to Ollivanders like it was yesterday. Were you scared? Eleanor asked. Terrified. I'm Muggle-born. Both my parents are ordinary as toast, and I kept thinking there'd been some mistake. That I'd walk in and Mr. Ollivander would take one look at me and say, Sorry, son, wrong address. Dean smiled at the memory. But he didn't. He measured me, pulled wands until we found the right one, cypress and unicorn hair, 9.5 inches. And the moment I held it, everything just clicked, made sense. Like I'd been fumbling in the dark and someone finally handed me a torch. Luna said it feels like coming home, Eleanor said. Luna Lovegood. Yeah, that sounds like her. Bit odd, Luna, but usually right about the important things. Dean glanced at the darkening sky. You should go in. Getting late, and Ollivander sometimes closes early if the mood takes him. He's brilliant but eccentric, keeps one maker's hours, which are apparently different from normal people hours. What if, Eleanor started, but Dean interrupted gently. Whatever you're worried about, it won't happen. The one's in there. It's been in there longer than you've been alive, probably. Just waiting. All you have to do is walk through that door and let Mr. Ollivander do his job. He smiled encouragingly. You'll do brilliantly. Promise. He continued on his way, disappearing into a shop that sold owl treats, and Eleanor was alone again with her parents and her fears and the knowledge that she couldn't stand on this street corner forever, no matter how tempting the prospect. Eleanor, her mother said softly, taking her hand. Whatever happens in there, whatever wand you get or don't get, we love you. Nothing changes that. Not magic, not wands, nothing. But what if I'm not magical enough? Eleanor whispered. What if the letter was wrong? Her father knelt in the snow, heedless of the wet seeping into his trousers, and looked her directly in the eyes. Eleanor Rose Ashworth, listen to me. You received a letter delivered by an owl. We walked through a solid wall into a street that shouldn't exist. You've spent the day shopping for cauldrons and spell books. If magic didn't think you belonged here, we wouldn't have made it past the leaky cauldron. But, no buts. You belong here. You're magic. And whatever wand is waiting in that shop, it's yours. He stood, brushing snow from his knees. Now, shall we go find it? Eleanor looked at the shop one more time. The window with its single wand on faded cushion, the peeling paint, an ancient sign, the doorway that seemed to lead into shadows older than she could comprehend. Somewhere inside, supposedly, a wand waited. Her wand. The one that would teach her magic, channel her power, become an extension of herself for the next 7 years and beyond. She thought of Priya, equally nervous and excited, of Luna, who saw magic shimmering around people, of Padma, who spoke of Hogwarts with fierce love despite having been sent away during its darkest hour, of Fred Weasley, who died too young but left laughter behind, of all the people who'd found their wands here, who'd walked through this door and emerged changed. Okay, Eleanor said, squaring her shoulders beneath her warming charmed cloak. Okay, let's go. But she didn't move immediately. She stood for one more moment, watching snow fall past the shop window, watching the peculiar light flicker inside. The street around them had grown quiet, most shops closing for dinner, most shoppers heading home, or to the leaky cauldron's warmth. In an hour, perhaps less, Diagon Alley would be mostly empty, just the street lamps and the snow and the ancient buildings keeping watch through another winter night. Eleanor took a deep breath of cold air that tasted of snow and magic and possibility. Then, with her parents close behind her, she walked forward toward Ollivander's door. The brass handle was cold beneath her fingers despite her gloves. For just a moment, she paused there on the threshold, neither inside nor outside, neither child nor witch, balanced between one life and another. The door opened silently, and Eleanor Ashworth stepped into the shop where her wand was waiting. The shop swallowed them whole. That was Eleanor's first thought as the door closed behind them with a soft, decisive click. That Ollivanders wasn't merely a shop, but something alive, something that had existed so long it had developed its own slow consciousness. The air inside held a peculiar quality, thick with dust and thyme and the scent of wood in all its varieties, cedar and oak, elder and holly, cherry and willow, and dozens more Eleanor couldn't begin to name. The shop was smaller than it appeared from outside, yet somehow impossibly vast, narrow and deep. It stretched back into shadows that the few scattered lamps couldn't penetrate. Every wall from floor to ceiling was covered in shelves, and every shelf was packed with long, narrow boxes, thousands upon thousands of them, each one containing a wand, each wand waiting with inhuman patience for the person it would eventually serve. The silence was absolute, not peaceful. Eleanor wouldn't call it peaceful, but waited, expectant, as though the shop itself was holding its breath. A silver bell had chimed when they entered, but no one appeared. Eleanor's parents stood close behind her, and she could feel their nervous energy like a physical presence. Her mother's hand found her shoulder, gripped tight. "Hello," Eleanor called softly, and her voice seemed to be absorbed by the walls, swallowed by the thousands of boxes that surrounded them. Nothing. They waited. The silence stretched. Eleanor became aware of small sounds she hadn't noticed initially. The settling of old wood, the whisper of dust motes in still air, and underneath it all, something else. A humming, perhaps, or a vibration too low to properly hear, but present nonetheless. The collective presence of thousands of wands, each one containing a fragment of something powerful. Phoenix feather, dragon heartstring, unicorn hair. "Perhaps he's not here," her father suggested quietly. "Oh, he's here," said a voice from the shadows at the back of the shop. "I'm always here." Eleanor jumped. Her mother gasped. And from the darkness emerged a man who looked as though he'd been assembled from the same material as his shop. Ancient, peculiar, not quite belonging to the ordinary world. Mr. Ollivander was impossibly old. His hair stood in white tufts around a face lined with more wrinkles than Eleanor had ever seen on a living person. But his eyes, pale, almost colorless, like winter mist, those were young somehow, sharp. They saw everything, saw through everything, saw things that probably shouldn't be seen at all. "Good afternoon," he said, his voice soft and slightly hoarse, as though he didn't use it often. "I wondered when you'd arrive." "You knew we were coming?" Eleanor's mother asked uncertainly. "I know when anyone's coming. The wands tell me." Ollivander moved closer with surprising grace for someone so old. He didn't walk so much as glide, and Eleanor had the peculiar impression that his feet didn't quite touch the ground. Eleanor Ashworth, age 11, right-handed, Muggle-born. "How did you—" Eleanor started. "The wands," Ollivander repeated, as though this explained everything. Perhaps it did. His pale eyes fixed on Eleanor with an intensity that made her want to step backward. "Your wand has been particularly insistent lately, quite vocal in its way. Been waiting a very long time, your wand has." "You know which wand is mine?" Eleanor asked, hope surging. "Oh no, not yet. I know it's here, the wand knows, but we must find it properly. The matching is everything." Ollivander produced a measuring tape that seemed to be made of silver, though it moved like cloth. "Now then, which is your wand arm?" "My wand arm?" "The hand you write with, child?" "Right," Eleanor said, extending her right arm. The tape measure leaped from Ollivander's hand like something alive. It measured Eleanor's arm from shoulder to fingertip, then from her wrist to her elbow. It measured the width of her palm, the length of each finger. It wrapped around her head, stretched from the floor to her nose, measured the distance between her eyes. The whole process felt invasive and strange, and Eleanor stood very still, trying not to flinch. "That's quite enough," Ollivander said, and the tape measure fell lifeless to the floor. He nudged it aside with his foot and moved toward the shelves, those pale eyes scanning thousands of boxes with the ease of long familiarity. "Every Ollivander wand has a core of a powerful magical substance," he said, speaking more to himself than to Eleanor. "Phoenix feather, dragon heartstring, unicorn hair. We use only the finest materials, carefully matched to the wood that houses them. The wood itself must be selected according to the characteristics of the witch or wizard. Flexibility, personality, power. No two wands are alike." His fingers, long and thin as spider legs, traced along boxes, sometimes pulling one out to examine it, sometimes passing on. Eleanor watched, barely breathing. Her parents had become background presences, forgotten in the intensity of the moment. "Try this," Ollivander said abruptly, pulling a box from a shelf perhaps 3 meters up. How he'd reached it, Eleanor couldn't say. She hadn't seen him climb. Maple and dragon heartstring, 9 inches, reasonably supple. He opened the box with reverent care, revealing a wand of pale wood with a satiny finish. It was beautiful, and when Ollivander placed it in Eleanor's right hand, she felt nothing. Nothing at all. The wand was just wood, inert and lifeless in her grip. "Give it a wave," Ollivander urged. Eleanor waved the wand awkwardly. A vase on the counter exploded into shards. No, definitely not." Ollivander snatched the wand back before Eleanor could apologize. No matter. Wands often reject their match violently at first. We'll try another." He returned to the shelves, moving now with increasing speed and purpose. Box after box appeared in his hands. Each one opened, each one tried. Beech and unicorn hair, 8.5 inches, quite flexible. Eleanor took it, waved it. Every lamp in the shop flickered and died, plunging them into darkness for 3 terrifying seconds before sputtering back to life. Not that one. Here, rowan and phoenix feather, 10 inches, unyielding. This wand felt hot in Eleanor's hand, uncomfortably so. When she tried to wave it, sparks shot from the tip and scorched the ceiling. Definitely not. Try this. Willow and dragon heartstring, 9.25 inches, springy. The willow wand was snatched away almost the moment Eleanor touched it. Ollivander had gone very pale. Absolutely not. Dangerous combination, that. Here. The boxes piled up on the counter. Each wand was tried and rejected. Some did nothing at all in Eleanor's hand. Others produced effects ranging from unfortunate to catastrophic. Windows cracked, dust devils whirled through the air. One entire shelf of boxes toppled over with a tremendous crash. Eleanor's parents had retreated to the door, looking increasingly alarmed. Her father kept one hand on the doorknob, as though ready to pull them all out at a moment's notice. But Eleanor felt something else building alongside her growing panic. A sense of rightness approaching, of inevitability. With each failed wand, she felt closer to something, as though they were narrowing down possibilities, eliminating wrong answers, circling ever tighter around the truth. Ollivander moved faster now, pulling boxes from increasingly obscure locations. High shelves, low shelves, boxes covered in dust that suggested they hadn't been touched in decades. His mutterings grew more cryptic. Not ash, too rigid. Not holly, wrong temperament. Perhaps elder. No, too proud. Cherry. Possible, but... He paused suddenly, standing very still in the center of the shop. His pale eyes went distant, unfocused. Then, moving as though pulled by invisible strings, he walked to a section of shelving in the deepest shadows at the back of the shop. He reached up, higher than should have been possible, and retrieved a box covered in dust so thick it might have been sitting untouched for years. "Curious," he whispered, carrying it forward like something precious and dangerous. "Very curious indeed." The box was older than the others, its corners worn, its label faded to near illegibility. Ollivander set it on the counter with unusual care and opened it slowly, as though afraid of what he might find inside. The wand within was beautiful. It lay against faded velvet, and even in the shop's dim light, it seemed to glow faintly. The wood was pale, almost white, with a subtle grain that caught the light like flowing water. The handle had been carved with intricate spirals that felt ancient, deliberate. It was perhaps 9.5 inches long, slender and graceful as a bird's bone. "Hawthorn," Ollivander breathed, "and phoenix feather, not just any phoenix feather, but one of only 3 such cores I ever obtained from Fawkes, Albus Dumbledore's phoenix. 9.5 inches precisely. Surprisingly swishy for hawthorn, which typically prefers rigidity." He looked up at Eleanor, and something like awe flickered in those pale eyes. "This wand has been in my shop for 37 years. Waiting." Eleanor reached out slowly. The moment her fingers touched the wand, everything changed. Warmth flooded up her arm. Not painful heat, but the warmth of recognition, of homecoming. The wand seemed to sing in her hand, a note pitched too high or too low for ears but felt in her bones nonetheless. Light bloomed from its tip, soft and golden, filling the shop with radiance that drove back every shadow. The light spiraled outward in lazy loops, leaving trails of gold sparks that drifted down like snow, magical snow, snow that sang as it fell, snow that dissolved in tiny bursts of warmth wherever it touched. Eleanor stood transfixed, watching the light dance from her wand. She felt the magic moving through her now. Had it always been there, waiting for this key to unlock it? It felt like breathing, like her heartbeat, like something she'd been doing her whole life without knowing. The golden light slowly faded, the sparks settling, and silence returned to the shop. But it was a different silence now, satisfied, complete. "Yes," Ollivander whispered, his voice carrying a weight Eleanor couldn't interpret. "Oh yes, of course, I should have known. The phoenix feather chooses those who will make difficult choices, who will stand when others run. And hawthorn is a conflicted wood, excellent for healing magic, but equally suited for curses. It requires a witch or wizard who has experienced turmoil, or will experience it, who carries contradictions within themselves." He looked at Eleanor with those unsettling pale eyes. A complex wand for a complex witch. Curious indeed that it should choose you now, when the world is finally at peace. "What do you mean?" Eleanor's mother asked sharply. She'd left the doorway and now stood protectively beside Eleanor. "Only that wands often know things their wielders don't yet understand." Ollivander carefully returned the wand to its box, though Eleanor felt its loss like a physical ache. 37 years this wand has waited, through 2 wars, through dark times and bright, and it chooses now, chooses her. He shook his head slowly. "The wand knows best, always. We can only wait to understand its reasons." "You're frightening her," Eleanor's father said firmly. "And us. Is the wand safe? Is it appropriate for a first-year student?" Ollivander seemed to return to himself, his expression clearing. "Safe, as safe as any wand, which is to say not at all if used improperly. But yes, perfectly appropriate. An excellent wand for learning, swishy enough to be forgiving, powerful enough to grow with her skill. He named a price, 7 galleons, and wrapped the box in brown paper with hands that trembled slightly. As her father counted out the payment, Ollivander caught Eleanor's arm with surprising strength. His grip was cold, his pale eyes boring into hers. The wand chooses the witch. Remember that. It's not always clear why. But trust it, Eleanor Ashworth. When the moment comes, and it will come, trust your wand. It knew what it was doing when it chose you. He released her abruptly, and Eleanor stepped back, rubbing her arm where his fingers had pressed. "Come along, Eleanor," her mother said quietly, and there was steel beneath the gentleness. She was ready to leave this peculiar shop with its peculiar owner, ready to return to the ordinary impossibility of Diagon Alley. Eleanor took the wrapped box, her wand, finally, truly hers, and felt its warmth through the paper, through the box, a living warmth, a connection that had sealed the moment she touched the hawthorn wood. "Thank you," she said to Ollivander. He nodded slowly, already turning back to his shelves, already forgetting them. "Remember," he said without looking back, "the wand knows. Always trust the wand." Outside, twilight had properly settled over Diagon Alley. The street lamps blazed golden, and the snow had transformed everything into a winter wonderland of white and shadow. The shops glowed warm against the cold, and somewhere distant, carolers sang in harmony, wizards adding magical flourishes to Muggle Christmas songs, making harmonies that couldn't exist in the ordinary world. Eleanor stood on the doorstep of Ollivander's, clutching her wand, and felt tears prick at her eyes without quite understanding why. Her parents hovered uncertainly, clearly unsettled by Ollivander's words, clearly uncertain how to comfort her. "I'm all right," Eleanor said, though her voice shook slightly. "I'm all right. It's just overwhelming," her mother suggested gently. "Real," Eleanor corrected. "It's real, all of it. The magic, the school, the wand that waited 37 years. She looked down at the wrapped box in her hands. "I'm magic, actually magic. And this wand, my wand, it chose me." Her father pulled her into a hug, careful not to crush the wand between them. "You're our daughter," he said firmly. "Magic or not, wand or not, you're ours and we're proud of you. Whatever that strange old man implied about dark times or difficult choices, you don't have to face any of it alone. He said the world is at peace now," Eleanor's mother added, though uncertainty colored her voice. "Whatever wars he mentioned, they're over. You're going to school to learn magic, not to fight battles." Eleanor nodded against her father's shoulder, wanting to believe it. But she thought of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes with its memorial photo, of Padma Patil speaking of friends who died at 17, of McGonagall who'd taken a spell to the chest defending her castle, of all the evidence that magic was beautiful and terrible in equal measure, that wonder came with cost. She thought of her wand, hawthorn for healing and curses both, phoenix feather for difficult choices, and wondered what it saw in her that she couldn't yet see in herself. But those were thoughts for later, for quiet nights when she lay in her bed at home, trying to process everything that had happened. For now, standing in the snow-softened street with her parents close and her wand warm in her hands, Eleanor chose to feel only wonder. "Can I open it?" she asked. "Just to look?" Her mother smiled, though worry still creased her forehead. Of course, love. Eleanor carefully unwrapped the paper, opened the worn box, and looked at her wand properly for the first time. In the golden lamplight and falling snow, it seemed to shimmer, pale wood catching light, those ancient spirals on the handle casting tiny shadows. It was slender and strong and beautiful, and it was hers. She reached out and touched it gently with one finger. Warmth answered immediately, a pulse of recognition that went straight to her heart. "Hello," the wand seemed to say, though not in words. "I've been waiting for you." "I'm here," Eleanor thought back, not knowing if the wand could understand, only knowing she needed to respond. "I'm here now." A snowflake landed on the wand's tip and didn't melt. Instead, it glowed faintly golden for just a moment before dissolving into light that spiraled upward into the evening sky. Eleanor's parents stared. She stared. And somewhere in the shop behind them, visible through the dusty window, Ollivander stood watching with those pale, knowing eyes. "Come on," Eleanor said softly, closing the box and tucking it safely into her bag alongside her books and her fireworks from Weasley's and her chocolate frog cards and all the other treasures of this impossible day. "Let's go home." But even as she said it, she knew that home had become something more complicated now. Home was Lancashire, and her parents, and her small bedroom with its familiar walls. But home was also this street of impossible shops, this world of magic and wonder and cost. Home was Hogwarts, waiting somewhere in the Scottish Highlands, a castle she'd never seen, but that already called to her. Home was wherever her wand was, and her wand had found her at last. They walked back up Diagon Alley through the falling snow, and Eleanor didn't look back at Ollivanders. She didn't need to. The shop had given her what she needed, and whatever dark warnings Ollivander had implied, those belonged to the future, to the girl she would become, not to the girl she was now. For now, she was simply Eleanor Ashworth, 11 years old, walking through a magical street on a snowy December evening, with a wand in her bag and her whole life waiting ahead. The cobblestones gleamed beneath fresh snow, and somewhere ahead, one final chapter of this day waited to be written. The evening had settled properly over Diagon Alley now, transforming the street into something from a dream. The snow fell steadily, thick flakes drifting down through the golden glow of street lamps that cast everything in warm amber light. Shops blazed with welcoming radiance against the winter darkness, their windows bright with displays that seemed even more magical now that proper night approached. Eleanor walked slowly, savoring these final moments. Her bag hung heavy at her side despite its featherlight charm. Textbooks and cauldron, fireworks and sweets, robes and scales, and all the necessary equipment for a Hogwarts education. And nestled among everything else, wrapped carefully in its worn box and brown paper, her wand. The weight of it all felt significant, ceremonial. She was carrying her future. "We should head back," her mother said, though she sounded reluctant. "It's past 5, and we've a long journey home." But Eleanor had stopped walking. Ahead, perhaps 30 meters up the street, she'd spotted a familiar figure browsing the window display of quality Quidditch supplies. "Priya," Eleanor called, and the other girl turned, her face lighting up with recognition. "Eleanor, you're still here." Priya hurried over, her own bags bumping against her legs. Her mother followed more slowly, smiling at the reunion. Did you get everything? Did you go to Ollivanders? Eleanor nodded, feeling suddenly shy. Just came from there. Me too. Second time. Mum wanted to make absolutely certain I had everything before we left London. Priya's excitement was palpable, infectious. Show me your wand. What did you get? They moved to stand beneath a street lamp, and Eleanor carefully retrieved her box, unwrapping it with reverent hands. The hawthorn wand gleamed in the lamplight, and Priya leaned close to examine it. It's beautiful, she breathed. What wood is that? Hawthorn, with phoenix feather core, 9.5 inches. Eleanor recited the specifications as though they were poetry, which perhaps they were. Mr. Ollivander said it had been waiting 37 years. Priya's eyes went wide. 37 years. Mine was made just 5 years ago. Vine wood with dragon heartstring, 10.25 inches. Mr. Ollivander said vine wood often chooses those with hidden depths and great purpose. She wrinkled her nose. Not sure about the great purpose bit, but I'll take it. What did it feel like? Eleanor asked. When you found the right one? Like someone had been playing music slightly out of tune my whole life, and suddenly it was perfect. Priya's expression grew distant with memory. Like everything clicked into place. Did yours feel the same? Like coming home, Eleanor said, echoing Luna's words without quite meaning to. But they were true. That was exactly what it had felt like. Their mothers had fallen into conversation, comparing notes on the overwhelming experience of introducing their daughters to the magical world. Eleanor's father was examining the Quidditch display with the focused attention he usually reserved for particularly complex engineering problems, clearly trying to understand how broomsticks could possibly fly. I'm scared, Priya admitted suddenly, her voice dropping low. About Hogwarts, about everything. What if I'm terrible at magic? What if I can't make friends? What if I get sorted into Slytherin and everyone hates me? Why would everyone hate you for being in Slytherin? Eleanor asked, though she remembered the comments she'd heard throughout the day. Subtle implications that Slytherin House was somehow lesser, darker. Because they're all dark wizards, apparently. At least that's what everyone seems to think. Priya's frustration was evident. But that can't be right, can it? A whole quarter of the school for centuries. All evil. It's ridiculous. Prejudiced, even. Eleanor thought about this, about house stereotypes and the weight of reputation. That girl at Weasley's, Verity, she said Hufflepuff gets overlooked for not being flashy. And the Ravenclaw prefect at Flourish and Blotts mentioned houses having more diversity than people think. Maybe they're all more complicated than the stereotypes. I hope so, Priya said fervently. I hope wherever we're sorted, it's somewhere we can just be ourselves without living up to or down to expectations. She paused, then added more quietly, I hope we're in the same house, or at least stay friends even if we're not. We will, Eleanor said, with more confidence than she felt. We'll sit together on the train, remember? And we'll write over Christmas. And even if we're in different houses, we'll have classes together. Promise? Priya asked, and despite being 11 and supposedly too old for such things, she held out her pinky finger. Eleanor hooked her pinky with Priya's, smiling. Promise. A comfortable silence settled between them as they stood in the falling snow. Two girls on the threshold of transformation, holding on to each other like anchors against the uncertainty ahead. Girls, Priya's mother called. We really must go. Our train leaves in 40 minutes. They hugged goodbye, awkward and fierce, bags bumping between them. Priya pressed a crumpled piece of paper into Eleanor's hand, her address written in neat, careful letters, and Eleanor reciprocated with her own. September 1st, Priya said. Platform 9 3/4. Don't forget. I won't, Eleanor promised. I couldn't possibly. She watched Priya and her mother hurry back toward the leaky cauldron, Priya turning once to wave before disappearing into the crowd of late shoppers and workers heading home. Eleanor stood clutching the address like something precious, feeling the loss of her new friend even as she knew they'd see each other again in less than 9 months. Ready to head back, love? Her mother asked gently. Eleanor nodded, but she didn't move immediately. Instead, she turned slowly, taking in Diagon Alley one final time. The street looked different now than it had this morning. Not physically. The buildings were the same impossible architecture, the cobblestones, the same gleaming black beneath their coating of snow. But Eleanor saw it differently now. This morning it had been foreign, overwhelming, a place of wonders she couldn't begin to understand. Now it felt like, not home exactly, but the beginning of home, a place she was learning to belong to. Weasley's wizard. Wheeze's still blazed red and gold, its windows full of mischief and memory. Flourish and Blotts' tall, narrow building stood dark now, closed for the evening. But Eleanor could imagine the thousands of books inside waiting for readers to discover them. Ollivanders remained dimly lit, that single wand still displayed in the dusty window, and Eleanor wondered if Mr. Ollivander ever left his shop, or if he simply existed there always, waiting for the next young witch or wizard to find their match. Honeydukes glowed with warm invitation, and Eleanor could smell the chocolate and peppermint even from across the street. Madame Malkin's had closed, but through the window Eleanor could see robes hanging on their mannequins, waiting to be fitted and worn, and eventually returned, stained with potion ingredients and grass from the Hogwarts grounds. The street was quieter now. Most shoppers had gone home or retreated to the warmth of the leaky cauldron. The few who remained moved with purpose. A witch hurrying past with a stack of packages, a wizard closing up his shop for the night, 2 young witches in Hogwarts robes walking arm in arm and laughing about something. Snow continued to fall, and Eleanor held out her hand to catch the flakes. They landed on her palm and sat there glowing faintly before dissolving into sparkles of light that tingled against her skin. Magical snow, she thought. Even the weather here was impossibly wonderful. Eleanor? Her father's voice carried gentle concern. You've gone very quiet. Just thinking, Eleanor said, watching more snowflakes dance down from the dark sky. This morning I was just me, regular Eleanor from Lancashire, who'd gotten a strange letter. And now, her mother prompted. Now I'm a witch, Eleanor said, testing the word. It felt strange on her tongue, foreign but also right somehow. I have a wand and textbooks and robes and a cauldron. In 8 months I'll be at Hogwarts learning actual magic. Everything's different. You're still you, her father said firmly. Magic doesn't change who you are at your core, love. It's just an addition, like learning French or taking up piano, just somewhat more unusual. But Eleanor wasn't sure that was true. She thought about the people she'd met today, Verity at Weasley's, who spoke of wars and loss but chose to spread laughter. Padma, who'd been sent away during the battle but still loved Hogwarts fiercely. Luna, who saw magic shimmering around people. Ollivander, who'd looked at Eleanor like he could see something in her future that she couldn't yet see herself. Magic changed people. How could it not? When you learned that the world was bigger and stranger than you'd imagined, when you discovered you could transform objects and brew potions and cast spells, how could you remain exactly the same person you'd been before? I'm still me, Eleanor agreed slowly. But maybe a different version of me? The me I was always supposed to become. Her mother pulled her close, kissing the top of her head, despite Eleanor being nearly as tall as her now. Then we'll love that version too. Every version of you, Eleanor. Always. They stood together in the snow-softened street, a Muggle family at the edge of the magical world, and Eleanor felt the full weight of transition settle over her. In 8 months, she would board a train at King's Cross and disappear into a world her parents could never fully understand. She would learn magic they couldn't perform, make friends they'd never meet outside holidays, experience things they couldn't imagine. But she would also come home for Christmas. She would write letters, by owl impossibly, and tell them everything she could. She would bring magic back to Lancashire, to her small bedroom with its familiar walls, and she would bridge the gap between these two worlds because she belonged to both now. "Come on," Eleanor said, squeezing her mother's hand. "Let's go home. I want to read my textbooks." Her father laughed, a surprised, delighted sound. "Of course you do, our little scholar." They walked back down Diagon Alley toward the leaky cauldron, and Eleanor looked at everything with new eyes. She noticed details she'd missed before in her morning's overwhelm, the way the shop signs swayed gently despite no wind, the small brass plaques beside certain doors marking historical significance, the way the snow seemed to fall in patterns rather than random chaos. She noticed the portraits in some shop windows, their painted inhabitants waving to passers-by or sleeping in their frames. She noticed an orange cat sitting in a window of the magical menagerie, its eyes following them with uncanny intelligence. She noticed the way magic hummed beneath everything, a frequency she was only beginning to learn to hear. As they passed Weasley's wizard wheezes, Eleanor paused. Through the window, she could see Verity helping a customer, her face bright with enthusiasm as she demonstrated some product or other. The shop was quieter now, less crowded, but still that same explosion of colour and joy and deliberate wonder. Eleanor thought of Fred Weasley, who died at 20 making sure others could laugh. She thought of the careful balance between light and dark, between joy and cost, that seemed to characterize the magical world. She thought of her wand, hawthorn for healing, and curses both, phoenix feather for difficult choices, and wondered again what future it saw for her. But she also thought of Priya's promise to write, of Luna's kindness to a frightened stranger, of Padma's fierce love for Hogwarts despite everything. She thought of all the small magics and smaller kindnesses that had marked this day, all the evidence that wonder and goodness existed alongside danger and loss. "Eleanor," her mother called. She'd walked ahead and now stood waiting at the next corner. "You keep stopping. Are you all right?" "I'm perfect," Eleanor said, and meant it. She hurried to catch up, her bags bumping against her legs, her wand warm in its box against her side. The leaky cauldron was crowded now, packed with witches and wizards seeking dinner and company. Tom the innkeeper, waved to them as they passed through, calling something about, "Come back any time, always welcome." The pub smelled of roast beef and butterbeer and wood smoke, and the conversations created a warm buzz that made Eleanor wish they could stay longer, become regulars, belong. But her parents were moving toward the back door, toward the brick wall that would open onto the Muggle world, and Eleanor followed. They stepped into the small courtyard, now deep with snow, and Eleanor watched as her father tapped the bricks in the pattern Mrs. Pemberton had demonstrated that morning. A lifetime ago, it seemed. The wall opened. Beyond it, Eleanor could see the regular London street, mundane and grey and ordinary. Cars passed by splashing through slush. People hurried along the pavement in their winter coats, breath misting in the cold. Streetlights glowed with regular electric light, rather than enchanted golden warmth. Eleanor stood on the threshold between the magical and Muggle worlds, and for a moment she didn't want to cross, didn't want to leave the wonder behind, return to ordinary reality where magic didn't exist, and wands were just sticks and owls were simply birds. But then she thought she was taking the magic with her. In her bags, yes, the physical evidence of this impossible day, but also inside herself. She was a witch now. That didn't change when she crossed this boundary. The magic was part of her, would always be part of her, regardless of which world she stood in. "Ready?" her father asked gently. Eleanor took a deep breath of Diagon Alley air, snow and cinnamon, magic and possibility. Then she nodded and stepped through. The wall closed behind them with silent finality, and suddenly they were just a family on a London street, carrying shopping bags, looking for their car in the gathering darkness. To anyone who passed them, they were utterly ordinary. No one could see the textbooks in Eleanor's bag, the wand in its box, the magical robes carefully folded. No one could see the transformation that had occurred over the course of this snowy December day. But Eleanor could feel it. She carried Diagon Alley with her, the memory of it, the promise of it. In 8 months she would return, board the Hogwarts Express, begin her education in earnest. But for now, she had this. One perfect day of discovery, of wonder, of finding where she belonged. The drive home was quiet. Eleanor sat in the back seat, watching London give way to motorway, then to the familiar landscapes of Lancashire. She held the box containing her wand on her lap, feeling its warmth through the cardboard and paper. Her parents spoke softly in the front seat, processing the day's impossibilities, but Eleanor barely heard them. She was thinking about September 1st, about platform 9 3/4, and the wall she'd have to run at. Because, of course, accessing the magical world required doing things that seemed mad. About finding Priya on the train, about the sorting, ceremony, about her first glimpse of Hogwarts Castle rising against the Scottish sky. She was thinking about her wand and what it had seen in her, about Ollivander's cryptic warnings and the phoenix feather that supposedly chose those who would make difficult choices. She was thinking about houses and belonging, about whether she'd be sorted into Hufflepuff as Verity had predicted or somewhere else entirely. She was thinking about magic, real magic, the kind she would learn to perform, spells and potions, transfiguration and charms, all the impossible, wonderful things she would discover how to do. Her, Eleanor Ashworth, who 8 hours ago had been just another ordinary girl. They reached home late, past 8 o'clock, with Eleanor's stomach rumbling despite the lunch at the Leaky Cauldron. Her mother went immediately to the kitchen to prepare a quick dinner, while her father helped Eleanor carry her purchases upstairs to her bedroom. "Want help unpacking?" he offered, but Eleanor shook her head. "I'd like to do it myself, if that's all right." He understood. This was hers, this collection of magical objects, this evidence of her new identity. She needed to process it alone, make peace with the enormity of what had changed. After he left, closing the door gently behind him, Eleanor sat on her familiar bed in her familiar room and looked at the bags surrounding her. Her ordinary bedroom, white walls covered in drawings she'd made years ago, bookshelves packed with Muggle books, a desk scattered with homework from her primary school that she'd never have to complete now. It all looked different somehow. Smaller. Not in a bad way, but in a way that suggested she'd outgrown it, or would soon. She unpacked slowly, reverently. The textbooks went on her bookshelf, their spines bright and strange among her Muggle novels. The standard book of spells sat next to her collection of Roald Dahl. A history of magic towered beside Harry Potter books. How strange, Eleanor thought, that she'd been reading about a fictional Harry Potter while a real one existed somewhere in the magical world she was now part of. The cauldron went in her closet, along with the brass scales and her new robes. The winter cloak she hung on a hook on the back of her door, where she could see it every morning, a reminder that magic was real and waiting. The fireworks from Weasley's, the sweets from Honeydukes, the chocolate frog cards. These she placed carefully on her desk, small treasures from her first journey into the magical world. And finally, reverently, she unwrapped her wand. The hawthorn wood gleamed in her bedroom's lamplight, looking both ancient and new. Eleanor held it carefully, feeling the warmth of recognition pulse against her palm. She thought about practicing with it, trying to make something happen, but she didn't know any spells yet. And somehow it felt wrong to use it casually before she'd been properly taught. Instead, she simply held it, feeling the connection between them strengthen. The wand had waited 37 years. It could wait 8 months more until she arrived at Hogwarts and began learning to use it properly. She found a small wooden box, one that had held jewelry once, and carefully placed the wand inside, nestled on soft fabric. This would be its home until September, kept safe and treasured. Her mother called her down to dinner, and Eleanor went reluctantly, not wanting to leave the evidence of magic even for a moment. But the kitchen smelled of tomato soup and grilled cheese, comfort food, her mother's specialty. And Eleanor realized she was starving. They ate together at the small kitchen table, and Eleanor told them everything she could think of, every shop, every person, every small wonder. Her parents listened with the careful attention of people trying to understand a world they'd never be part of, trying to memorize details so they could picture their daughter's future. "You're right," her mother asked, anxiety creeping into her voice now that the excitement had faded. Every week, Eleanor promised. "By owl." "By owl," her father repeated, shaking his head. "Our daughter will send letters by owl. Do you realize how mad that sounds?" They all laughed, and some of the tension broke. Magic was mad. Beautifully, wonderfully mad. And Eleanor was part of it now. Later, after dinner and dishes and her parents' reluctant good nights, Eleanor stood at her bedroom window and looked out at the Lancashire night. Snow was falling here too, regular Muggle snow that melted on contact and piled up in ordinary drifts. But Eleanor watched it with new eyes, remembering the magical snow of Diagon Alley, wondering if perhaps all snow was a little bit magical if you knew how to see it. She thought about the day, this impossible, transformative day. She thought about the girl who'd woken up this morning, nervous and uncertain about the letter that had upended her ordinary life. That girl seemed very far away now, almost a stranger. Eleanor Ashworth was a witch. In 8 months, she would board a train to a castle and learn to perform magic. She would make friends and discover where she belonged and begin the journey of understanding what her wand had seen in her, what choices lay ahead. But tonight, in this quiet moment, she was simply 11 years old and standing at the beginning of everything, holding on to the memory of a snowy day in Diagon Alley, where she'd discovered that wonder was real and magic lived in every snowflake that fell. She opened her window slightly, letting the cold air in, and watched the snow dance through the darkness. Somewhere out there, Diagon Alley still existed, tucked behind its brick wall in London. Hogwarts stood in the Scottish Highlands, ancient and waiting. The magical world continued its invisible life alongside the Muggle one, and Eleanor belonged to both now. A snowflake drifted through her window and landed on her palm. For just a moment, probably imagination, probably nothing, it seemed to glow faintly golden before melting. Eleanor smiled, closed her window, and went to bed. Tomorrow she would wake up in the ordinary world and begin the long wait until September. But tonight, she fell asleep to dreams of moving staircases and talking portraits, of wands that chose their wielders and magic that lived in every snowflake that fell. The cobblestones of Diagon Alley gleamed in her memory, snow-covered and welcoming, promising that she would return. And she would. On September 1st, she would run at a wall and board a train and never look back. But that was the future. Tonight was for remembering. Tonight was for holding on to wonder. Tonight, magic was everywhere. And Eleanor Ashworth was finally, impossibly, home.